Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive.
The sun had scarcely crept above the turrets of Hogwarts when the castle stirred to life with unusual excitement. It was no ordinary day. Today was the day of the Quidditch Cup final, a day that would see the air split with cheers, the pitch blaze with house colors, and the banners of Gryffindor and Slytherin whip against the wind. For weeks, students had whispered of nothing else. Who would win? Whose seeker would prove quickest? Whose strategy would bring glory and the treasured cup to their house? The great hall was a sea of chatter and clattering cutlery as plates refilled themselves and owls swept overhead. On the Gryffindor table, Mira Blackthorn sat perched on the bench's edge, her breakfast forgotten. Mira was the reserve seeker for her house, though she had never once flown in an official match. Her hazel eyes darted now and again toward the staff table as if willing the day to begin faster. Across from her, Bram Kettle, a sturdy Hufflepuff with a mop of untidy blonde hair, stole a roll from her plate and bit into it cheerfully. "You'll choke if you don't eat something, Mira. You'll need your wits if they call you in." Mira made a half-hearted smile. "I know, but Harry's never missed a game. I'll only ever get in if someone's broom bursts into flames." Beside them, Elowen Reed, a Ravenclaw with sharp eyes and a sharper mind, set down her goblet of pumpkin juice. She had a habit of observing more than she spoke, and her expression suggested she was watching not just Mira, but the entire hall. "Something's odd," she murmured. "Hooch hasn't come in." It was true. Madam Hooch, who never missed a meal before a match, was nowhere in sight. At that moment, the doors banged open and the missing professor stormed in, her usually tidy hair frizzed from the morning air. She made her way straight to the staff table, muttering furiously. The hall, sensing drama, hushed. Professor McGonagall, sitting at the center, leaned toward her colleague. "Rolanda?" she asked in surprise. Madam Hooch slammed down a small empty case upon the table. Its hinges creaked. Its velvet lining lay bare. "The Snitch!" she barked. "The golden Snitch has been stolen!" Gasps erupted around the hall. A Ravenclaw dropped his spoon with a clatter. Someone at the Slytherin table gave a nervous laugh, only to be silenced by Professor Snape's glare. The Quidditch Cup final without a Snitch was unthinkable. Professor Dumbledore rose, his tall figure calm and steady. His voice carried over the noise like a spell. "Quiet, all of you." The hall obeyed. "It seems we face an unforeseen challenge. Until the Snitch is found, the match cannot take place." The uproar that followed was deafening. Gryffindor students cried foul, Slytherins shouted back, and the other houses took sides. Amid the din, Mira, Bram, and Elowen exchanged a glance. For Mira, her heart fell, as though she'd flown into a thundercloud. Cancel the match? Decide the cup by standings? That would hand victory to Slytherin without contest. When the hall had settled somewhat, Dumbledore lifted his hand. "The Snitch was locked in Madam Hooch's case last night. The wards remain unbroken, yet it has vanished. I trust our professors will investigate, but time is short. Unless it is found by sunset, the match cannot be played." The words settled like frost on Mira's heart. Sunset. That was scarcely a handful of hours. And if the Snitch remained missing, Gryffindor would lose the cup without ever lifting a broom. Later that morning, the three friends gathered beneath the shadow of the stone gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's tower. Students milled about in clusters, speculating wildly. Some blamed Peeves, others swore it must be Slytherin's sabotage. Mira clenched her fists. We can't just stand by. If no one finds it, Gryffindor loses. Bram leaned against the wall, still chewing as though even disaster could not rob him of appetite. What do you expect us to do? The professors are already on it. Allowan's gaze was far away, as though she were already piecing together the edges of a puzzle. Not necessarily. Dumbledore said time is short, and professors have many duties. If we want the truth by sunset, perhaps it must be us who find it. Mira's eyes widened. You mean go after the Snitch ourselves? Eowyn nodded once firmly. Yes. Who else? Bram sputtered. That's mad. What if it's Slytherin's? What if it's cursed? What if Gryffindor loses without a chance to fight? Mira snapped. Her voice softened after a moment. I can't stand by and let that happen. The three stood silent for a breath, the murmur of the castle all around them. At last Bram sighed and threw up his hands. Fine, but if I get hexed, I'm haunting both of you. Eowyn's mouth curved in a small smile. Then it settled. We'll start with the scene of the crime, Madame Hooch's office. And so, with the castle alive with rumors and the clock already ticking towards sunset, the unlikely trio set off down the winding corridors. None of them knew that before the day was done, they would face riddles, betrayals, and dangers that lurked far deeper than a missing ball. The game for the cup had not begun on the pitch. It had already begun in the shadows of Hogwarts. The three friends made their way through the busy corridors of Hogwarts, pressed on every side by the tide of students buzzing with rumors. Everyone seemed to have a different theory about the vanished Snitch. I heard Malfoy bribed a house elf to nick it, whispered a Hufflepuff girl to her friend, her eyes wide with delight at her own scandalous suggestion. No, no, said a Ravenclaw boy loudly so half the corridor could hear. It was Peeves. Who else could sneak past wards? Don't be ridiculous, snapped a Slytherin prefect. It's all part of a Gryffindor trick. They're trying to wriggle out of playing us today. Mira bristled at that, but Eowyn caught her sleeve and gave her a warning glance. Ignore it. We'll need clear heads if we're to make sense of this. They turned down a quieter passage, the chatter fading into echoes, and finally reached Madame Hooch's office near the training grounds. The door was locked, but that did not surprise them. What did surprise them was the figure waiting outside, Peeves the poltergeist, floating lazily with his arms folded behind his head and a grin stretching ear to ear. Looking for something shiny, are we? He sang in a mocking falsetto. Tut-toot, little lions and badgers and birdies poking their noses in places they shouldn't. Out of the way, Peeves, Mira snapped, but Peeves only wheeled upside down in the air, his tongue poking out. Out of the way, but what if I know the way? He laughed, the sound like screeching hinges, and swooped down until his face was inches from Bram's nose. What would you give me if I whispered a clue, a kiss, a cauldron cake, a promise not to tell the fat lady you snore? I don't snore, Bram muttered hotly. Allowan narrowed her eyes. You know something. Say it. Ooh, clever birdie, Peeves cooed. Always watching, always thinking. Well then, riddle me ree. Here's what I see. Hands that never tire keep secrets higher. A burrower fond of coins keeps shiny things joined. With that he cackled, somersaulted mid-air, and vanished through the ceiling. The three stared after him. What in Merlin's name does that mean? Bram asked. Hands that never tire, Elowen repeated softly. That could be the clock tower. The hands of the great clock are always moving. And the burrower fond of coins? Mira frowned. That sounds like a niffler. They'll hoard anything shiny. Bram groaned. Fantastic. So Peeves is telling us the Snitch has either flown off into the tower gears or been stuffed into a niffler's pocket. That narrows it down not at all. But Mira was already leaning close to the office door. We should still check Hooch's office first. If Peeves is playing games, we'll get nowhere chasing riddles without proper clues. The door was locked with magic, but Elowen produced a thin piece of wire from her sleeve. With surprising deftness, she bent it and tapped it against the handle while muttering an incantation under her breath. The lock gave a soft click. Bram gawked. Where did you learn that? Elowen gave a small shrug. Books. Inside Madame Hooch's office smelled strongly of broom polish and leather. Racks of broomsticks lined the walls, gleaming under the sunlight pouring through the windows. The empty Snitch case sat on the desk, its velvet lining like a yawning wound. Mira approached it carefully. She said the wards weren't broken. That means someone either bypassed them or was allowed through. Elowen had already pulled a scrap of something from under the desk. It was a fragment of leather, dark green, torn, and faintly dusted with a slick shine. Glove leather, she said, and that smell, broom polish. Dragon's breath variety, rare and expensive. Bram wrinkled his nose. And who do we know who wears green gloves and spends too much on their broom? Mira felt a sinking in her stomach. Slytherin's seeker, of course. Malfoy. The thought of him smirking in victory, cup handed over without contest, made her fists clench. But Elowen was frowning. It's too obvious. Malfoy would never leave a clue like this behind, unless he wanted us to think it was him. Bram finished. The three fell silent, considering. Suddenly, a rustling from the window startled them. A shadow swooped in, wings spread. A great black owl. It dropped a folded parchment onto the desk and soared off. Before they could so much as blink, Mira snatched it up and unfolded it. The parchment bore only a few scrawled words. Catch me if you can. Sunset decides all. There was no signature. This is a game, Mira whispered. Someone's toying with us. Elowen's eyes glittered with determination. Then we'll play, and we'll win. She tucked the scrap of leather into her pocket. Next stop, the clock tower. The path to the clock tower wound upward through spiraling staircases and echoing halls, past tapestries that whispered with every draft. By the time they reached the base of the tower, the sun was climbing higher into the sky, each hour chipping away at their deadline. Inside, the tower was alive with the thunder of gears, the grind of stone weights, and the steady tick of the great pendulum. Dust motes swirled in the light streaming from the high windows. Hands that never tire, Elowen murmured. She gazed upward at the colossal clock face, its golden hands moving endlessly. If Peeves meant here, then the Snitch must be hidden in the mechanism. Bram's eyes widened. What if it's up there? We'd never reach it in time. But before Mira could reply, a sharp clinking noise drew their attention to a pile of old crates at the base of the pendulum. Something small was darting in and out of the cracks, scattering coins, buttons, and bottle caps with frantic energy. A niffler, Mira breathed, the little creature's long snout poked out, glittering eyes fixed on Mira's necklace chain. In a blink, It bounded toward her, claws scrabbling for anything shiny. She yanked the chain away, but the niffler squeaked indignantly and dashed back to its hoard, where it began to burrow furiously. "Look!" Elowen pointed. Half buried in the heap was a small golden sphere, wings twitching faintly. "The Snitch!" Bram exclaimed. Mira darted forward, heart pounding, and snatched it from the pile. But the moment her fingers closed around it, she knew something was wrong. The metal was dull, not alive with its usual quiver. Its wings were stiff, painted gold, rather than feathered. "It's a fake," she whispered. The niffler chirped smugly, as if proud of its treasure. Bram groaned. "We've been led on a wild chase." Elowen's brow furrowed. "Not entirely. Someone went to the trouble of making a decoy, which means they want us searching here while they hide the real Snitch elsewhere." Mira's grip tightened on the counterfeit ball. "Then whoever it is, they're clever, and they're ahead of us." Above, the clock hands marched steadily toward noon. Time was slipping away, and the hunt had only just begun. The hollow tick of the great pendulum echoed through the tower long after they had left the fake Snitch buried in the niffler's hoard. Mira could not shake the cold weight of disappointment pressing against her chest. The counterfeit ball lay heavy in her pocket, a reminder that their unknown adversary was not only cunning, but bold enough to mock them with tricks. As they descended the tower stairs, Elowen walked ahead, her expression taut with thought. Bram trudged behind, muttering about the foolishness of chasing riddles, though Mira could hear the tremor of unease in his voice. "What now?" Mira asked at last. The stone steps spiraled endlessly downward, their footsteps ringing hollow in the silence. "We've wasted half the morning and we're no closer to finding the real Snitch." "Not wasted," Elowen said, pausing on a landing to face them. Her dark hair swung around her shoulders. "Whoever planted the decoy wanted us to believe it was hidden with the niffler. That tells us something important. They're using misdirection, which means every clue we find could be a trap." "That's comforting," Bram muttered. Elowen ignored him. "But there was one thing the decoy told us. Look at it again, Mira." Mira pulled the fake Snitch from her pocket. Its paint was chipping near the seam, and faint smudges of ink marked one side. She hadn't noticed before. "There's writing," she murmured. She rubbed her thumb across the smudge until the letters grew clear. "Property of the Hogwarts Quidditch office." Elowen's eyes narrowed. "That office is in the East Wing, near the trophy room." Bram looked incredulous. "So, you're saying someone broke into the Quidditch office, took a practice Snitch, painted it, and planted it with a niffler, just to waste our time?" "Yes," Elowen said simply. "And if they had access to the office, they may have left more behind." Mira felt a spark of hope. "Then that's where we'll go next." The corridors grew busier as they neared the East Wing. Students crowded in little knots, whispering eagerly about the match and the theft. Some had made up outrageous tales already. One claimed the Snitch had flown off on its own, tired of being chased. Another swore Dumbledore had hidden it to teach the school a lesson about fairness. The three friends ignored the gossip and pressed on. The Quidditch office was a small chamber tucked beside the trophy room, usually locked and rarely visited, except by Madame Hooch. When they arrived, Mira's heart sank. The door stood ajar. Inside, the place was a mess. Papers lay strewn across the floor, quills snapped, ink spilled in black rivers down the desk. The case of practice snitches stood open, several balls missing. Whoever had come here had done so in a hurry. Alawan knelt by the desk, eyes scanning the chaos. This wasn't a simple theft. Look, these ledgers are for equipment loans. Someone's been checking them. Bram peered over her shoulder. Who checks out Quidditch gear except the teams? Mira picked up one of the open ledgers. The neat columns of names and dates were smudged with ink, but one entry had been blotted out altogether, as though someone had deliberately spilled their quill over it. She held it up. Here, someone didn't want to see in this. Alawan leaned closer, brow furrowed. I can just make out the last letters. Vane. Edric Vane? Bram asked, startled. The Ravenclaw prefect? Yes, Alawan said grimly. And he's no seeker, so why would he need a snitch at all? Before they could answer, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Mira shoved the ledger back onto the desk, and the three of them ducked behind a tall cabinet. A moment later, two figures entered, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering and muttering in their low, gruff voices. Malfoy said it was here. Goyle grumbled, scratching his head. Well, I don't see it, Crabbe replied. He kicked at the scattered papers, sending them flying. Maybe someone got to it first. Mira's heart thudded painfully in her chest. If they found the fake snitch in her pocket, or the clue to Edric Vane, their investigation would be over before it began. But Crabbe only yawned and shuffled toward the door. Let's just tell Malfoy it's gone. He can hex us later if he wants. The two lumbered out, leaving the office once again in silence. Mira let out a long breath. They're sniffing around too, Bram whispered. If Malfoy's after the snitch, why would Vane be involved? That, Alawan said, rising from her crouch, is exactly what we're going to find out. They left the office and slipped into the trophy room next door. Glass cases glittered with trophies, cups, and shields, each polished to a gleam by generations of Filch's enforced detentions. Mira pressed her nose close to a display of Quidditch cups. She imagined Gryffindor's name gleaming there again this year, if only they could save the match. Alawan drew them away from the cases. We'll need to follow Vane. If he really took the snitch, he'll be hiding it somewhere safe until sunset. And how do we do that without being noticed? Bram asked. He's a prefect. He'll hex us into frogs if he catches us. Alawan's eyes glimmered with mischief. We don't follow him. We follow his scent. Bram blinked. His scent? But Mira understood. You mean with Hagrid's help? Fang can track anything if you give him the right object. Exactly, Alawan said. So after slipping away from the trophy room, they hurried down through the castle to the groundskeeper's hut on the edge of the forbidden forest. Smoke curled from the chimney, and the scent of stew wafted on the breeze. Fang bounded out the moment they knocked, slobbering happily over Bram's robes. Hagrid appeared behind him, wiping his hands on a rag. What are you three up to? Shouldn't you be watching the match preparations? Mira glanced at Eowyn, who spoke first. We think we know who stole the snitch, Hagrid, but we need help proving it. Snitch? Hagrid frowned, puzzled. You're not saying, I see. His eyes narrowed, though not unkindly. And who do you suspect? Edric Vane, Eowyn said firmly. Hagrid looked astonished. Vane? But he's a prefect. Don't get me wrong, lad's a bit slippery, but stealing a snitch? He trailed off, clearly torn between disbelief and his loyalty to students. Mira pulled the fake snitch from her pocket. He planted this to trick us. We found his name in the Quidditch ledgers too, though it was scratched out. Hagrid sighed heavily. All right. If you're right, we'll need proof. Fane can track a trail, aye. Would you have that belongs to him? Elowin held out the scrap of green leather from Madame Hooch's office. This? Hagrid nodded. That'll do. He bent down, let Fang sniff the leather, and clapped the hound's flank. Go on, boy. Find him. Fang gave a loud bark and set off across the grounds, nose to the earth. The three friends followed at a run, hearts pounding as the dog led them away from the castle, toward the shadow of the clock tower once more. But this time Fang did not stop at the base. He sniffed the air, growled low, and bounded up the steps into the tower itself. Mira felt her stomach twist with dread. They had searched here already and found only a decoy. Was the true Snitch hidden deeper within the tower's gears? Fang barked furiously at the base of the pendulum. Elowin dropped to her knees and felt along the stones, her hand pressed against a loose slab. With a sharp tug, it shifted aside, revealing a narrow cavity. Inside gleamed not the golden wings of the Snitch, but a small purse bulging with coins. Elowin pulled it free, untied the string, and spilled a few nuts and sickles into her palm. Among them lay scraps of parchment, each marked with tallies of wins and losses. Bram frowned. Betting slips. Elowin's mouth hardened into a thin line. Vane's been running bets on Quidditch matches. And if the Snitch goes missing, he can fix the outcome. Mira stared at the purse, her pulse quickening. If Vane truly meant to gamble with the fate of the cup, he was willing to cheat all of Hogwarts to line his pockets, and that meant the real Snitch must still be hidden somewhere only he could reach. Above them, the clock struck 1, its chimes booming through the tower. Half the day was gone. Sunset crept ever closer, and the golden Snitch remained lost. The purse of betting slips lay heavy in Elowin's hand, its weight far greater than the handful of coins it contained. Mira watched the faint flicker of disgust pass across her friend's sharp features as she turned over one parchment after another, each tallying odds, wagers, and amounts far larger than students should ever possess. Bram gave a low whistle. That's no pocket change. He's been running a whole business under everyone's noses. Not a business, Elowin corrected coldly. A racket. And he means to decide today's outcome by keeping the Snitch from play until it suits him. Mira's fists clenched. If we don't stop him, Gryffindor loses the cup without a fight. The words echoed heavily in the chamber, punctuated by the creak of the pendulum swinging to and fro. Fang gave a restless growl, his nose still snuffling at the cracks between stones. Mira scratched behind his ears absently, though her thoughts churned. We need proof, Bram muttered. Betting slips alone won't do. He'll just say someone else planted them. He's right, Elowin admitted, slipping the purse into her satchel. But it tells us where to look. If he's storing bets in the clock tower, then the Snitch is hidden close by. And considering Peeves's riddle, we've only scratched the surface. Mira frowned. Hands that never tire keep secrets higher. We searched the base of the tower. What if the real clue lies above? Her gaze drifted upward to where beams of sunlight pierced the great gears high overhead. The golden clock face gleamed, its hands sweeping steadily forward. Bram followed her stare, his jaw dropping. You don't mean we have to climb that, do you? Yes, Mira said firmly. If we want Gryffindor to play today, we have no choice. Elowin pulled her wand from her robes. We'll need a disillusionment charm. It won't hide us completely, but if Vane or anyone else comes sniffing, we can avoid being spotted." Bram groaned. "Brilliant. We'll be invisible and broken at the bottom of the tower when we fall." Still, he did not protest further as Elowen tapped each of them with her wand. A trickle of cold spread over Mira's skin as though she had stepped under a stream of icy water. She glanced at her hand. The outlines shimmered like heat rising from stone. They began their climb. The inside of the clock tower was a labyrinth of ladders, beams, and narrow ledges. Gears clanked and groaned with each turn, their teeth snapping together in deafening rhythm. Dust coated the beams, disturbed only by the flutter of pigeons startled by their presence. Mira led the way, steady but swift, her Quidditch training lending her balance. Elowen climbed carefully, her mind clearly half occupied with calculations of gears and angles, while Bram huffed and muttered dire predictions with each rung. At last they reached the upper chamber where the back of the clock face loomed before them like a giant glass shield. The golden hand swept across its surface, casting long shadows through the beams of sunlight. Mira pressed her palms against the cold glass. If the snitch is hidden here, how do we find it? Elowen crouched by the gears, her eyes scanning. Look for something out of place. These mechanisms are precise. Any disturbance will stand out. Bram, meanwhile, had frozen. I think I found something out of place, he whispered. They turned. Through the narrow slats of the wall opposite, a pair of figures were visible on the stairs below, one tall and lean, striding with authority, the other shorter, lumbering behind. "Vane," Elowen hissed. The Ravenclaw prefect's pale hair caught the sunlight as he moved. His companion was unmistakable. Malfoy. Mira's heart hammered. What are they doing together? The two paused at the base of the clock chamber, their voices carried faintly upward. "Better be worth the risk," Malfoy muttered. "If anyone finds out—" "Quiet," Vane snapped. His voice was smooth, commanding. "No one will. The professors are busy squabbling about whether to cancel the match. By the time they decide, it will be too late. Gryffindor will lose, Slytherin wins the cup, and my purse grows heavier. Everyone's happy." "Except Gryffindor," Malfoy sneered. "Who cares?" Vane said sharply. "Do you want the cup or not?" Mira's hands tightened into fists so hard her nails dug into her palms. She wanted to leap down and hex them both on the spot, but Elowen caught her arm. "Not yet," she whispered. "We need to know where the snitch is." The two boys moved closer to the pendulum, Vane crouching at its base. He muttered a charm, and with a faint shimmer, a panel slid open in the stone floor. Mira's breath caught. Hidden beneath the pendulum's swing lay a narrow compartment, and within it gleamed gold. The snitch. Its wings twitched faintly as if sensing freedom. "There it is," Malfoy breathed. "Not yet," Vane said, snapping the panel shut again. "We don't take it out until sunset. If the professors search, they won't find it here. And by then, all bets are locked." Mira felt fury blaze through her veins. To think he would treat the fate of the cup, of every student's pride and spirit, as nothing more than a coin toss in his pocket. Elowen's grip tightened on her sleeve. "Now we know where it is. That's enough." But Bram was pale. "What do we do? We can't just march up and demand it back. He'll deny everything." Elowen's eyes flashed. "Then we outwit him. If we can't take the snitch by force, we'll make him reveal it himself." Mira leaned closer. "How?" Elowen glanced once more at the golden hands sweeping above them, her mind already racing. "With a trap. If Vane is greedy enough to gamble, then we'll stake everything on one final play. The chimes of the great clock began to toll, each note reverberating through the chamber like a warning. It was already mid-afternoon. The sun's slow descent toward the horizon cast slanting beams through the glass, bathing them in gold. Time was running out, and the game had never been more dangerous. The clock's great chimes still echoed through the tower when Mira, Elowen, and Bram crept back down the narrow ladders. The knowledge that the Snitch lay hidden in the pendulum's compartment gnawed at Mira like an itch she could not scratch. She wanted to seize her broom, dive through the tower, and snatch it away before Vane could blink. But Elowen's calm voice echoed in her head. We can't simply grab it. We must make him reveal it. They slipped out into the courtyard, careful to avoid Malfoy and Vane, who had departed in the opposite direction. The sun was now sliding westward, painting the stones in warm gold. Every shout from students decorating the stands, every flutter of a house banner reminded Mira of what was at stake. "We're running out of time," she said urgently as they ducked into the shade of a cloister. "If Vane keeps it hidden until sunset, it's over. Gryffindor loses, Slytherin takes the cup, and no one ever learns the truth." Elowen pressed her lips together. "That's why we set a trap before he expects it. We'll make him reveal the Snitch early." Bram looked doubtful. "And how exactly do we do that? Bribery? Threats?" "Last I checked, we're not Aurors." "No," Elowen said firmly. "We'll use his greed against him. Vane's whole scheme depends on control. He decides the moment the Snitch is revealed. But if he thinks he's about to lose his winnings, he'll act rashly. He'll bring it out himself." Mira frowned. "Lose his winnings? What do you mean?" Elowen's eyes glittered. "A false wager. We spread word that a great deal of gold has been staked on the match continuing as planned. Vane won't be able to resist proving he's already secured the Snitch. He'll have to show it to someone to keep their trust. And when he does, we'll be waiting." Bram scratched his head. "That's brilliant. Risky, but brilliant." "Risky?" Mira's stomach churned. "It's dangerous. What if he catches us spying?" "Then we better make certain he doesn't," Elowen said briskly. "Come, we'll need help." They hurried across the grounds to the edge of the greenhouses where they found a familiar figure tugging weeds from between paving stones. Neville Longbottom straightened as they approached, brushing soil from his hands. "Mira, Bram, Elowen, you're not out for the match?" he asked, surprised. "No time," Mira said quickly. "Neville, we need you to spread a rumor. Something about a big wager on Gryffindor playing today with the cup at stake. Can you do it?" Neville blinked. "A rumor? I suppose. But why?" "It could save the match," Bram said gravely. Though confused, Neville's loyalty to his friends won out. He nodded, determination flickering across his round face. "Right. I'll tell Seamus and Dean straight away. They'll make sure it spreads." As Neville hurried off, Mira felt her heart lurch. It had begun. The rumor spread like wildfire. By the time the trio returned to the courtyard, clusters of students were whispering eagerly, "Did you hear? Someone wagered 100 galleons on Gryffindor flying today. Actual galleons! 100? That can't be true. They say it's been promised to the prefects to hold in trust. Vane's seen it himself." The name struck Mira like a spark to tinder. Already the plan was working. Students were attaching the rumor to Edric Vane, believing he was in on the wager. He would be forced to act or risk losing credibility with those who backed him. Now all they had to do was watch. The three concealed themselves behind a row of suits of armor along the east corridor, from where they could see the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. Mira's heart hammered with every passing second, her ears straining for footsteps. Bram fidgeted endlessly, muttering about what Snape would do if they were caught sneaking about. Elowen, however, remained utterly still, her eyes sharp as a hawk's. At last Vane appeared. His prefect badge gleamed on his robes, and he carried himself with the cool assurance of someone who had never been questioned in his life. But Mira noticed his pace was brisk, his eyes darting as if weighing the shadows. Malfoy trailed a step behind him, smirking faintly. "Perfect," Elowen whispered. "He's taken the bait." Vane paused to speak with a pair of Ravenclaw students, lowering his voice just enough to force them to lean closer. Mira strained to hear, but caught only fragments. "Safe. By sunset. You'll see." The students nodded eagerly, and one pressed a pouch into his hand before hurrying away. "He's collecting wagers even now," Bram muttered in disbelief. "He's treating this like a proper bookmaker's stall." "Shh," Elowen warned. Vane turned sharply and strode away, Malfoy still at his side. The trio slipped from their hiding place and followed at a careful distance, through winding corridors, down staircases, and past curious portraits. They tracked him until he arrived, inevitably, at the clock tower once more. They lingered in the shadows as Vane muttered the charm and opened the hidden panel beneath the pendulum. The snitch gleamed faintly inside, its golden wings twitching in the dim light. "There," Vane said, a note of pride in his voice. "Proof enough for anyone. As long as it stays here, Gryffindor can't fly. My wagers hold strong." Malfoy gave a satisfied smirk. "And Slytherin wins the cup." Mira's fury burned hot in her chest, but Elowen's hand gripped her arm like iron. "Not yet," she whispered. "We need him to expose it further, to someone with authority." As if summoned by fate, footsteps echoed on the stairs below. A lantern's glow preceded the figure of Professor McGonagall, her sharp eyes glinting in the light. "Professor!" Vane exclaimed, snapping the panel shut in haste. "What a surprise." McGonagall's lips thinned. "Indeed. And what business brings you to the clock tower on such a day, Mr. Vane?" For the first time, Mira saw hesitation flicker in his expression, but then he straightened, confidence returning. "I was merely ensuring everything was in order. With the cup final delayed, students are restless. I thought I might keep watch." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "A most unusual choice of post, when the rest of the school is gathered by the pitch." Vane faltered. "Well, Malfoy stepped forward smoothly. "I asked him to accompany me, Professor. I had a private matter to discuss away from the crowds." Mira's heart plummeted. Malfoy's quick tongue might save them both, but then, to her astonishment, Elowen stepped from the shadows. "That's not true, Professor," she said clearly. Mira froze, horrified. Bram squeaked under his breath. But Elowen walked calmly forward, her Ravenclaw badge gleaming. "I saw what he was doing. Edric Vane has been running wagers on the match. He's hidden the snitch beneath the pendulum to control the outcome." The silence that followed was so deep, Mira could hear the tick of the clock above. Vane's face drained of color, then flushed scarlet. "Lies!" he shouted. "Baseless lies!" "Are they?" McGonagall's voice was like ice. She turned her sharp gaze on him. "Open the compartment." I don't know what you mean," Vane stammered. But McGonagall's wand was already in her hand. With a swift incantation, the panel sprang open once more, and the Snitch glimmered inside. Its golden wings fluttered weakly as if desperate to escape. Gasps echoed. Malfoy paled, his smirk gone. McGonagall's eyes blazed. "Mr. Vane," she said coldly, "you will accompany me to the headmaster's office at once." Vane opened his mouth, closed it, and finally hung his head in defeat. Mira felt a rush of triumph so fierce it nearly made her dizzy. They had done it. They had exposed him. Yet as McGonagall took the Snitch carefully from its hiding place, Mira noticed something strange. Its wings trembled, but faintly, weakly, as though it had been charmed into slumber. And on its surface, barely visible, shimmered faint runes. A chill ran through her. Whoever had taken the Snitch had done more than hide it. They had enchanted it, and that meant the game was not yet over. The Snitch gleamed faintly in Professor McGonagall's hand, but something about it made Mira's skin prickle with unease. Its wings trembled as though weighed down, their usual darting, restless energy dulled by an unseen force. The faint shimmer of runes traced across its golden shell, vanishing and reappearing like whispers in candlelight. McGonagall's sharp eyes caught it at once. "What enchantment is this?" she murmured. Vane, still standing stiffly beside her, found his voice at last. "I know nothing about it. I never touched the Snitch itself, I swear." "Silence," McGonagall snapped. "You've already betrayed enough trust for one day." Mira exchanged a quick glance with Eowyn. They both knew Vane was lying. He had hidden the Snitch, manipulated wagers, and plotted to control the outcome of the cup. But if he had also enchanted it, why? McGonagall tucked the Snitch carefully into the folds of her robes. "Come with me, Mr. Vane. The headmaster will decide your punishment." Malfoy, still pale, stepped back as though hoping to melt into the shadows. McGonagall's gaze skewered him too. "And you, Mr. Malfoy, will accompany us. You've had your share in this scheme, and I doubt the headmaster will be lenient." Malfoy opened his mouth to protest, but one look at her expression silenced him. With a huff, he followed, his smirk long gone. The three students, Mira, Bram, and Eowyn, watched them leave, the echo of footsteps fading down the stairwell. For a moment, relief surged through Mira's chest. They had done it. The Snitch was found, the culprits caught, and the cup might yet be played. But then she remembered the shimmer of runes, the dulled wings, the strange heaviness of the Snitch, and her relief curdled into dread. "Eowyn," she whispered, "that Snitch isn't right." "I saw it too," Eowyn murmured. "Those runes. Someone's tampered with it. If it can't fly properly, the match will be impossible even if it's returned." Bram groaned. "So after all this, we're still doomed." "No," Mira said fiercely. "Not if we fix it before sunset." The determination in her voice steadied the others. Eowyn straightened, her eyes alight with thought. The runes looked like a containment charm. Something designed to suppress motion. If we can break it, the Snitch should return to its normal state. And where exactly do we break complicated enchantments on ancient, magical objects? Bram asked, because I don't remember that lesson in herbology. Eowyn's lips curved in a faint smile. In the library, of course. The afternoon sun streamed through the high windows of the Hogwarts library, dust motes swirling in golden beams. Students whispered over stacks of books, but Mira, Bram, and Eowyn made straight for the restricted section. Madame Pince, the librarian, eyed them suspiciously as they slipped past, Eowyn holding a signed note she had secured from Flitwick weeks ago for advanced research. Don't damage a single page, Pince hissed, her eyes glinting like a hawk's. They hurried into the shadowed rows. Alowan moved with purpose, pulling heavy tomes from the shelves. Curses of suppression, runes of binding and release, Quidditch enchantments through the ages. Mira helped, though her hands shook as she lifted the weighty covers. Time felt like an enemy now, each turn of the great castle clock echoing through her chest. Bram slumped into a chair, flipping through a book so thick it might have been used as a weapon. Honestly, who wastes time writing 400 pages about rune placement on broom bristles? Keep looking, Alowan said firmly, her own eyes darting across a page of diagrams. We need symbols that match what we saw on the Snitch. Minutes stretched into an hour. Mira traced her memory of the runes again and again, trying to sketch them on scrap parchment. Curling lines, a half circle crossed by slashes, a symbol like a broken feather. At last, Elowen's voice rang out. Here, she held up a page. The runes matched Mira's sketches exactly. It's a suppression array, used to dampen magical motion or restrain enchanted objects. No wonder the Snitch's wings looked heavy. Mira leaned over her shoulder. Can it be undone? Yes. Elowen's eyes scanned quickly. It requires counter runes drawn in sequence around the object and a specific incantation, but it must be done with precision. One wrong stroke and the enchantment could shatter the Snitch altogether. Bram blanched. Shatter it? As in destroy it? Yes, Elowen said calmly, which means we have only one chance. Mira swallowed hard. Then we'll get it right. We have to. They found an empty classroom near the charms corridor and locked the door behind them. On the desk lay the Snitch, stolen, from McGonagall's office while she escorted Vane and Malfoy to Dumbledore. Mira's hands trembled as she set it down, its golden surface still dull under the flickering torchlight. Alowen laid out parchment and quills, her face composed, but pale. We'll draw the counter runes around it in a ring. Bram, keep watch. Mira, steady my hand if I falter. This must be exact. The work began. Elowen dipped her quill into enchanted ink, its silver gleam shimmering faintly. With painstaking care, she drew the first rune on the desk, an upward stroke, a curve, a closed loop. Mira held her breath with each line. Outside, the bells of the castle tolled 3 o'clock. Time was sliding away, each moment precious. The second rune followed, then the third. Sweat beaded on Elowen's brow. Mira dabbed it away quickly, her own heart racing. The runes encircled the Snitch like a silver crown, glowing faintly against the wood. At last, Elowen set down her quill. It's ready. The incantation must be spoken by all 3 of us in unison. She handed each of them a slip of parchment with the words carefully copied. Mira swallowed, her throat dry, and nodded. On Elowen's count, they spoke. Solve modum, solve vincula, solve aurum. The runes blazed with sudden light. The Snitch shuddered violently, its wings thrashing as though waking from a nightmare. Mira gasped, holding it steady as the golden shell pulsed with warmth. Then with a sharp crack, the runes vanished. The Snitch leapt into the air, wings whirring with their familiar, furious speed. It zipped around the classroom in dizzying loops before hovering just out of reach, gleaming brightly once more. Mira laughed aloud, the sound half a sob of relief. It worked! It's alive again! Bram ducked as the Snitch whizzed past his head. Alive and about to take my ear off. Elowen smiled faintly, the tension easing from her shoulders. We've undone the spell. The snitch is ready for the match. But even as she spoke, heavy footsteps echoed outside the door. Mira's laughter died. The door handle rattled. "Who's in there?" barked a voice that sent ice through her veins. Professor Snape. The three froze, staring at one another. Mira shoved the snitch down into her pocket, its frantic fluttering muffled against the fabric. Elowen hastily swept the rune parchments into her satchel. Bram sat stiffly, as if turning to stone. The handle rattled again. "Open this door immediately," Snape's cold voice commanded. Mira's heart thundered. If Snape discovered them with the snitch, their plan would collapse. Worse, he might return it to Vane's keeping, or worse still, accuse them of tampering. Elowen's eyes flicked around the room, calculating. In an instant, she pulled her wand. "Muffliato," she whispered. A faint buzz filled Mira's ears. "Now, disillusionment, quickly." With a tap of her wand, the icy trickle swept over them once more. Mira glanced at her hand. It shimmered faintly, fading into the desk behind it. The door burst open. Snape swept inside, his black robes billowing, eyes glittering with suspicion. He scanned the room slowly, every corner, every shadow. Mira held her breath so tightly her chest ached. The snitch twitched frantically in her pocket, and she pressed her hand hard against it, willing it to be still. Snape's gaze lingered on the desk, where the faint, silver traces of runes had burned into the wood. His lips curled. "Students meddling with things beyond their grasp," he murmured, always the same. For a dreadful moment, Mira thought he might summon the snitch out of hiding, that his piercing eyes might strip away the charm concealing them. But at last he turned, his robes sweeping behind him, and left, the door slamming shut. Only then did Mira release her breath in a ragged gasp. Bram collapsed onto a chair, pale and shaking. "That was too close," he whispered. Elowen's hand trembled as she lowered her wand. "But we did it. The snitch is free." Mira pulled it from her pocket. It darted out of her hand at once, zipping joyously around the room before settling again. Its golden gleam was bright and true, no longer dulled by runes. The sound of cheering drifted faintly from the pitch beyond the castle. The match was moments from being called or canceled. Mira caught the snitch carefully and tucked it back into her robes. She met her friend's eyes. "It's time," she said. "Let's return it before sunset." The distant roar of the crowd reached them as Mira, Elowen, and Bram hurried down the corridor. The restored snitch pressed tight against Mira's chest. Every cheer and shout seemed to rattle her bones with urgency. The match was moments away from being canceled. If they did not reach the pitch in time, all their efforts, the riddles, the search, the narrow escape from Snape, would count for nothing. "Faster!" Mira urged, breaking into a run. The three tore through staircases and archways, nearly bowling over startled first years and dodging floating candles that flickered in surprise. Suits of armor groaned indignantly as they brushed past, and portraits shouted after them, demanding to know what all the fuss was about. At last they burst into the entrance hall. Banners of scarlet and green hung from the walls, fluttering as if alive in the draft from the open doors leading to the grounds. A knot of teachers stood there, voices raised in argument. Madame Hooch's voice was the loudest. "Without the snitch, the match is void. It's not regulation to delay beyond sundown." Snape's silken tones cut across hers. "Then the cup must be awarded by standings. Slytherin is clearly in the lead." McGonagall's sharp retort snapped like a whip. You would enjoy that, Severus, but this decision rests with the headmaster. And then came Dumbledore's calm, resonant voice. Enough. The sun sets soon, and yet no snitch has been presented. Unless it appears within the next few minutes, we must abide by the rules as they stand. Mira's heart lurched. They had seconds to act. She stepped forward, her voice breaking through the din. We have it. Every head turned. Teachers and students alike stared as Mira held out the gleaming golden ball. Its wings fluttered with frantic energy, alive and true, catching the light like sparks. Gasps rippled through the hall. McGonagall's eyes widened, her stern composure cracking with relief. Miss Blackthorne, how? Snape's gaze narrowed to slits. What nonsense is this? That snitch was confiscated. But the snitch itself silenced him. With a sharp burst of speed, it leapt from Mira's palm, whirred around the hall in a wild loop, then returned to hover just above Madame Hooch's hand. She caught it neatly, her hawk-like eyes glinting with recognition. This is the real one, she said firmly. There's no mistaking it. The hall erupted with cheers from Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws alike. Even some Slytherins could not suppress their astonishment. Dumbledore raised his hand for quiet. His blue eyes twinkled as they rested on Mira, Eowyn, and Bram. Well, well, it seems fortune favors the bold. The snitch is returned, and the match may proceed. McGonagall's lips twitched into the barest hint of a smile. Then what are we waiting for? The grounds outside roared with excitement as word spread like wildfire. The snitch had been found. Students surged toward the Quidditch pitch, their house colors streaming in the wind. Mira, swept along in the tide, felt both exhilarated and drained. She could scarcely believe it. They had done it. Yet one thought still needled her. The runes. The enchantment. Someone had tampered with the snitch, and though Vane had hidden it, she doubted he alone had managed such advanced magic. Beside her, Eowyn's face was taut with the same unease. Something's unfinished, she murmured. We freed the snitch, yes, but who laid the spell in the first place? Vane may be clever, but I don't think he has the knowledge. Then who? Bram asked, his voice nearly lost in the roar of the crowd. Eowyn shook her head. I don't know, but we'll find out. For now, however, the tide of students carried them into the stands, where banners flapped wildly and voices thundered. The Quidditch pitch blazed with color. Gryffindor's scarlet lions on one side, Slytherin's emerald serpents on the other. The teams stood ready, brooms in hand, their captains glaring across the field. Harry Potter himself adjusted his glasses, eyes narrowed with determination, his firebolt gleaming in the sun. Across from him, Malfoy mounted his broom with a scowl. Madame Hooch strode to the center of the pitch, raising her whistle. Mount your brooms. The players kicked off, rising into the air with a rush of wind and a cheer that shook the stands. The quaffle soared skyward, the bludgers sprang free, and the match began. Mira sat on the edge of her seat, knuckles white against the wooden rail. She'd watched countless matches before, but never with her heart pounding quite like this. Every swoop of a chaser, every crack of a beater's bat, every glint of sunlight on Harry's glasses felt sharper, brighter, more urgent. Her pocket was empty now, but she could still feel the echo of the snitch's frantic flutter. Somewhere on the pitch, it was darting invisibly, waiting to be caught. And for the first time all day, it was where it belonged. Come on, Harry, she whispered under her breath. Gryffindor scored first, then Slytherin retaliated. The scoreboard ticked upward, cheers and boos mingling in the air. Bludgers whizzed dangerously close to players' heads, but both teams held their ground, fierce and unyielding. At last Mira spotted it, a flicker of gold near the Slytherin goal posts. Harry saw it too, for he leaned forward on his broom, his eyes blazing with focus. Malfoy, however, was already streaking after it, his pale hair streaming behind him. The crowd roared as the two seekers dove in unison, brooms cutting through the air like arrows. The Snitch darted and weaved, its wings glinting furiously, alive and free. Mira's breath caught. This was it, the moment that would decide everything. Harry leaned lower, his firebolt streaking ahead by inches. Malfoy lunged, his fingers grazing empty air. With a final burst of speed, Harry's hand closed around the Snitch. Its frantic wings beat against his palm before falling still, captured at last. The whistle blew, the stands erupted. Gryffindor had won. Scarlet banners waved wildly, the roar of victory shaking the pitch. Mira leapt to her feet, screaming with joy alongside Bram and Elowen. Fireworks exploded overhead, and the Gryffindor team descended in triumph, Harry aloft with the Snitch raised high. Yet even as the cup was lifted, Mira's joy mingled with unease. The day was saved, yes, but someone in Hogwarts had laid a dark enchantment on the Snitch. Someone had tried to twist the heart of the game itself. And though Vane had been exposed, Mira could not shake the feeling that a shadow still lingered. Later, in the quiet of the common room after the celebrations had begun to fade, Mira sat with Elowen and Bram by the fire. The cup glittered on the mantle, Gryffindors laughing and singing around it, but the three of them spoke in low voices. "Vane's been taken to Dumbledore," Bram said. "Malfoy too. They'll be punished, no doubt." Elowen's gaze was distant. Punishment won't answer the greater question. Who helped Vane? Who laid the spell? Mira stared into the fire, its flames dancing like golden wings. She knew Elowen was right. Their adventure was not yet over. They had uncovered a scheme, but beneath it lay a deeper mystery, one that could shake not only the Quidditch Cup, but Hogwarts itself. She lifted her chin, her eyes fierce. "Then we'll find out. Whatever it takes." The fire crackled, shadows shifting across their faces, and beyond the laughter and song of victory, the castle itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what was yet to come. The Gryffindor common room had never been so loud. Victory banners draped across the walls, enchanted fireworks burst in glittering sprays of scarlet and gold, and the cup itself gleamed proudly on the mantelpiece. Students danced on the carpet, shouted Quidditch songs until their voices cracked, and crowded Harry with endless praise until he turned as red as his house scarf. Mira should have been swept up in the revelry, and for a while she was. She let herself cheer with the others, clap until her hands stung, and even join in a raucous chorus of "Weasley is our king." But as the night stretched on and laughter echoed off the stone walls, her thoughts kept drifting back to the Snitch. The memory of the runes shimmered in her mind's eye, the strange enchantment clinging to the golden shell. Even as she laughed with her friends, her chest tightened with unease. Elowen, sitting close by the fire with her arms folded, had no such difficulty hiding her thoughts. Her sharp eyes were fixed on the cup, but she was not admiring it. She was studying it, as though expecting another set of runes to blaze across its surface. Bram, sprawled in an armchair with butterbeer froth clinging to his upper lip, muttered sleepily, "We won, didn't we? Why do you both look like someone died?" Mira leaned closer, lowering her voice so the others would not hear, because someone tampered with the snitch. And I don't think Vane was the one who cast that spell. Bram cracked one eye open. But he admitted he hid it, didn't he? That's bad enough. Why make it more complicated? Elowen shook her head. Because the spell was advanced, far beyond what a student could achieve. Vane's greedy, yes. Clever, yes. But he doesn't have the magical knowledge to lay such precise enchantments. He had help. Mira's heart beat faster, and whoever it was, they might still be here, still plotting. For a moment, the three sat in silence, the cheer of their housemates swirling around them like a tide from which they were set apart. At last, Bram sat up, rubbing his eyes. So what do we do? March into Dumbledore's office and say, "Excuse us, sir, but the snitch might still be cursed. And by the way, we think there's a mastermind hiding in the castle. He'll laugh us right out the door." "No," Elowen said firmly. "We need evidence. Proof that someone besides Vane tampered with the snitch." "And how do we find that?" Mira asked. Elowen's lips curved in a small, knowing smile. "By looking where Vane would least expect." The following morning, the castle was alive with gossip. News of Gryffindor's victory spread like fire, and so too did tales of Edric Vane's downfall. Some claimed he'd been caught red-handed with the snitch. Others whispered he'd confessed to running bets, and still. Others insisted he and Malfoy had tried to hex Harry before the match. Whatever the truth, the result was the same. Vane had vanished from classes, taken into the headmaster's custody, and Malfoy's sulking presence in the Slytherin corridors was darker than ever. The trio slipped away from the chatter, heading not to lessons but to the trophy room once more. Elowen insisted on beginning their search there. If Vane was running his betting operation here and using the clock tower as a vault, she explained, then he must have had someone covering his tracks. Someone who knew how to enchant the snitch without leaving obvious traces. But if the snitch's runes disappeared when we broke the spell, how do we prove it? Bram asked. "We don't prove it on the snitch," Elowen replied. "We prove it in the places he used. Magical residue always leaves traces. Scorch marks, faint glimmers, disturbed dust. It's like footsteps in snow." The trophy room was quiet, the glass cases gleaming in the morning light. Rows of awards glittered, some so old their engravings had worn smooth with time. Mira felt the hush of the chamber settle on her like a weight as they began to search. They checked the floor around the cabinets, the shelves, even the high ledges near the ceiling. At first they found nothing but dust and cobwebs, but then Elowen froze beside a tall cabinet of Quidditch trophies. "There," she whispered. Mira leaned close. At first she saw nothing, only the gleam of polished brass. But then faintly, like scratches on glass, she saw them. Runes, a sequence etched so lightly into the wood that they were nearly invisible. Her heart leapt. "The same as on the snitch." Bram squinted. "So someone practiced here before moving on to the real thing?" Elowen nodded grimly, which proves it wasn't Vane. He would never waste time carving runes into cabinets. This was someone testing the spell in secret? Mira's pulse quickened. Then who? They turned the question over and over as they searched the rest of the room. No more runes appeared, but the single set they had found was enough. Someone had tampered with the snitch, and it had not been Vane. As they left the trophy room, Mira noticed the suits of armor along the corridor seemed to lean closer, their visors tilted as though listening. She shivered. By evening, Elowen had poured through half the restricted section again, hunting for clues. She dragged Mira and Bram back to the library where she spread her notes across a table like the pieces of a puzzle. "These runes," she explained, "are old. Very old. They belong to a branch of magic that focuses on restraint and concealment. Not many at Hogwarts would know them. Perhaps a professor, perhaps someone with access to forbidden texts." Mira felt a chill. "Do you think, Snape?" Elowen shook her head. "Too obvious. Snape is many things, but he wouldn't waste his time meddling with a snitch. Whoever it was had motive, not just skill. Someone who stood to gain from the cup being delayed, perhaps even canceled." Bram frowned. "But who gains from that besides Vane?" Elowen hesitated, then lowered her voice. What if it wasn't about the cup at all? What if the snitch was just a test? The words sank into Mira like stones. A test. The runes on the cabinet, the enchantment on the snitch. They might not have been the endgame, but a rehearsal for something greater. She glanced around the library, at the towering shelves and the endless shadows between them. How many secrets had been hidden here? How many unseen eyes watched even now? Mira clenched her fists. "Then we'll uncover the truth. Whoever cast that spell will find them before they try again." Elowen met her gaze, her own eyes bright with determination. "Yes, but we must be careful. If they realize we're on to them, we could be their next target." Bram groaned. "Wonderful. So instead of celebrating with cake like normal students, we're sneaking around hunting dark enchanters. My mom's gonna have kittens if she hears." But despite his grumbling, he did not leave. The three of them bent over the notes together, the firelight flickering across their faces. Outside the high windows, the night deepened, stars pricking the sky one by one. And somewhere in the castle, hidden beyond their reach, the true hand behind the stolen snitch stirred, already weaving the next strand of their design. The following days should have been a golden haze of celebration. Gryffindor had lifted the cup. Cheers echoed in corridors. Red and gold streamers fluttered from every banister, and Harry himself could scarcely walk 10 paces without someone clapping him on the back. Even the teacher seemed lighter in spirit. Professor Flitwick hummed as he levitated decorations, and Hagrid treated his care of magical creatures class to rock cakes, far less likely to break a tooth. But Mira, Elowen, and Bram carried a different weight. The glittering joy of victory did not erase the image of runes carved into the snitch, or the cabinet in the trophy room etched with the same marks. They had uncovered something no one else had noticed, and the secret pressed against them like a burden none of their classmates could share. On the second evening after the match, they gathered in a quiet corner of the library, a heavy atlas of runes spread between them. Madame Pince had already given them 3 suspicious glares, but Elowen ignored her entirely, tracing her finger across an illustration of spiraling symbols. "These are from the Codex Obscurus," she murmured, "binding runes used centuries ago to restrain cursed objects. Only a handful of wizards still practice them, and fewer still would risk casting them at Hogwarts." Bram frowned. "So not Vane? Not Malfoy? Who then?" Mira leaned forward. "It must be someone older, someone with knowledge. But why start with a snitch?" Elowen tapped the page. "That's the puzzle. A snitch is small, enchanted to be quick, to resist capture. If you can suppress its motion, you prove the array works, which means the snitch was never the true goal. It was only a test. A cold shiver ran down Mira's spine. She remembered the way the snitch had trembled weakly in her hand, as though strangled by invisible chains. If it was a test, she whispered, then what are they preparing for? Bram gave a nervous laugh. You're both getting ahead of yourselves. Maybe it was just about the cup. People have done stranger things to win. But even he did not sound convinced. Their answer came sooner than expected. The next morning, as students trickled sleepily into the great hall for breakfast, a commotion rose near the staff table. Whispers darted from one bench to another, swelling into gasps. At the center of it all stood Argus Filch, clutching a tarnished silver goblet that trembled in his hands. It was in the trophy room, he barked, his voice high with outrage. Defiled, scratched with unnatural marks. Mira's heart seized. She knew before she saw it. Professor McGonagall hurried forward, snatching the goblet from him. The hall fell silent as she turned it in her hands, her face pale, etched across the surface. Faint but undeniable were runes, the same pattern that had marked the snitch. A murmur rippled through the students. Runes? Cursed, do you think? What does it mean? Dumbledore rose, his presence commanding instant hush. His long fingers brushed the goblet, his blue eyes grave. It is no ordinary vandalism. These are indeed runes of binding. Who placed them here and for what purpose we do not yet know, but rest assured the matter will be investigated with the utmost care. Beside him, Snape's eyes gleamed, though with what emotion Mira could not tell. McGonagall swept the goblet away, her robes flaring like storm clouds. Filch muttered furiously as he followed. The hall slowly resumed its clatter of plates and chatter, but an unease lingered like smoke after fire. Alowan's gaze found Mira's across the Gryffindor table. Neither spoke, but both knew. The danger was growing. That afternoon, the trio slipped into the trophy room once more, under the pretense of revising for history of magic. The cases gleamed innocently, but Mira felt the hairs rise on the back of her neck. It's the same, Elowen murmured, crouching beside the empty spot where the goblet had stood. The residue matches exactly. Whoever carved those runes is still at work, and bolder now. Why the goblet? Bram whispered. What does a tarnished old prize matter? Elowen frowned. Perhaps it doesn't. Perhaps it's another test, another trial run. Mira shivered. But for what? She was answered, though not in words. A sudden chill swept the room. The torches flickered. From the far side of the chamber came a rattling clink, as if one of the trophies had shuddered in its case. The three froze. Slowly, Mira turned. A shield, old and dented with age, trembled against the glass. For a heartbeat, she thought it must be a draft, until she saw them. Runes, faint and glowing, snaked across its surface like cracks of light. Elowen inhaled sharply. It's happening again. The shield shuddered violently, its stand creaking. Then with a sharp clang, it fell inside the case, striking the glass so hard a crack zigzagged down its length. Out! Elowen hissed. They fled into the corridor, hearts hammering. Behind them the shield stilled, the glow fading, but the runes remained scorched upon the metal. That night, Mira could not sleep. She lay awake in her dormitory, the fire in the hearth long gone to embers. Shadows stretched across the ceiling, twisting like runes in her mind. At last she slipped from her bed, careful not to wake her roommates, and padded quietly into the common room. To her surprise, Elowen was already there, seated by the fire with a pile of parchment. in her lap. "You too?" Mira whispered. Elowen glanced up, her face tired but resolute. "I've been tracing patterns. The runes from the Snitch, the cabinet, the goblet, the shield. They form a sequence. Whoever is casting them isn't random. They're escalating." Mira sat beside her, heart heavy. Escalating toward what? Elowen hesitated, then lowered her voice. "Towards something large, something permanent. These are preparation marks, each building on the last. They're not just suppressing, they're anchoring, like laying stones for a foundation." Mira's blood ran cold. A foundation for what? Elowen met her eyes. For binding magic not to an object, but to a place. Mira's thoughts spun. Hogwarts itself? Could someone be preparing to cast a spell upon the castle? Before she could ask, the portrait hole creaked open. Bram stumbled through, hair rumpled, carrying a blanket around his shoulders. "Knew I'd find you two here," he muttered. "And let me guess, you're plotting another midnight adventure?" Neither Mira nor Elowen answered. Their silence told him enough. Bram groaned. Merlin's beard. "I should have stayed in bed." But he dragged up a chair beside them all the same. Together they bent over the parchments, the fire crackling low. The runes glowed faintly under Elowen's sketches, and for the first time Mira felt the enormity of what they faced. Someone was laying the groundwork for a spell greater than any of them could yet understand, and it had only just begun. Morning broke with a strange tension hanging over the castle. Though the cup celebrations had not yet died down, an undercurrent of unease had begun to spread. Whispers about cursed trophies flitted from corridor to corridor. Some said Peeves was at it again. Others claimed the castle itself was rebelling, while the more dramatic insisted you-know-who had returned in secret to haunt the Quidditch Cup. The professors said little, but their movements gave away the truth. Groups of teachers could be seen muttering together in corners, casting charms over hallways, and patrolling at unusual hours. Even Dumbledore's calm smile seemed weighed down with care. For Mira, Elowen, and Bram, each day felt like stepping deeper into a labyrinth. The discovery in the trophy room had changed everything. This was no longer a matter of Quidditch or house rivalries. It was something larger, darker, and aimed at Hogwarts itself. "We can't wait for the professors to solve it," Elowen said firmly one afternoon as they huddled at the edge of the courtyard. "Whoever is behind this is clever enough to work under their noses. If they keep escalating, the next step might not just be a trophy. It could be a whole wing of the castle." Bram rubbed his temples as though nursing a headache. "Why is it always us? There are plenty of older students, smarter students." "Because we've seen it from the beginning," Mira interrupted, her voice hard. "We found the Snitch. We broke the spell. We know the signs. If we don't stop them, no one will until it's too late." Bram groaned. "Fine. But when we end up in the hospital wing, or worse, I want it on record that I protested." Elowen rolled her eyes but pressed on. "The question is, who has the knowledge, the motive, and the opportunity? Vane had greed but not skill. Malfoy had spite but not subtlety. These runes require someone versed in old magic. That means either a professor or someone with access to one." Mira frowned. "Access? Like a prefect?" Elowen's gaze sharpened. "Or like the library? The restricted section holds texts on runes. Who's been checking them out?" That evening, under cover of the common room bustle, they crept once more into the library. The smell of parchment and candle wax clung thick in the air. Madame Pince, fortunately, was distracted by a group of chattering fifth years, leaving the trio free to slip into the back. Elowen led them straight to the record desk. A large, leather-bound register sat there listing every book, borrowed and returned. She flipped it open, running her finger down the neat columns. "Here," she whispered. "In the last fortnight, someone checked out runes of restraint, bindings and breakings, and arcane seals of the First Age." Mira leaned over her shoulder. "Who?" Elowen's lips tightened. "Professor Caro." Bram blinked. "Caro? The Defense Against the Dark Arts assistant? He's barely been here a term." "Yes," Elowen said grimly, "and apparently he's been very busy." Mira's stomach twisted. She remembered Caro, a thin man with darting eyes, more shadow than substance in the classroom. He rarely spoke above a mutter, and his lessons were perfunctory, but his gaze often lingered too long on students, as if measuring them. "Why him?" she whispered. "What could he want with the Snitch? With trophies?" "Not the objects themselves," Elowen murmured. "He's building towards something larger. The objects were practice. The castle is his true aim." Bram let out a low whistle. "So we're saying a professor is trying to bind Hogwarts itself? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. How do we stop that?" Mira swallowed, fear curling like smoke in her chest. "We find proof, then we bring it to Dumbledore." The proof, however, was not so easily won. The trio decided to follow Caro. Though the risk made Mira's skin crawl, professors did not take kindly to spies, especially ones caught sneaking through shadows. But the thought of doing nothing while the runes multiplied was worse. That night, after curfew, they crept through the castle's sleeping corridors under the flicker of Elowen's disillusionment charm. Mira's heart thudded at every creak of stone, every whisper of curtains. Bram tripped twice and nearly brought down a suit of armor, silenced only by Mira's frantic glare. At last they spotted him. Caro moved swiftly down the east corridor, a lantern in one hand and a slim black volume tucked under the other. His steps were purposeful, his shoulders hunched, as though hiding his intent. They followed at a distance, breaths shallow, until he descended into the depths beneath the castle. Mira shivered. The air grew colder, the stones damp with age. Few students ever came here, save for detention or lost wanderings. Caro stopped before an archway leading to an old, disused chamber. He raised his wand, muttered a word too soft for them to hear, and the door creaked open. Inside, shadows swallowed him whole. The trio exchanged glances. "We go in," Mira whispered. "Of course we do," Bram muttered miserably. The chamber was vast, older than any classroom, its walls lined with crumbling carvings of long-forgotten battles. Dust coated the floor, disturbed only by the fresh marks of Caro's boots. And at the center of the room, carved into the stone itself, was a circle of runes. They glowed faintly, the same patterns that had marred the Snitch and the trophies, but larger, more complex, interwoven like a net of light. Caro knelt within the circle, placing the black book before him. His muttering filled the chamber, words in an ancient tongue. With each phrase, the runes brightened, crawling outward as if alive. Mira's breath caught. The air felt heavy, pressing against her skin. Even without Elowen's knowledge, she could sense the power here, binding, suppressing, anchoring. "He's preparing a spell," Elowen whispered, her voice tight with fear. "Something to root itself into the very stones of Hogwarts." Bram's face was pale. "Why? What's the point?" But Mira already knew. She saw it in the cold light of the runes, in the way Caro's lips curved faintly as he chanted. Control. Whoever bound the castle could control its magic, its wards, its protections, its secrets. Hogwarts itself would be shackled. Her heart pounded. We have to stop him. Now? Bram hissed. With what? He's a professor. He'll hex us into next week. But Elowen's eyes burned with resolve. No, we don't fight him. We outwit him. She pointed to the runes. They're not complete. He's weaving them in sequence. If we break the chain before he finishes, the spell will collapse. Mira's pulse leapt. How? Disruption, Elowen said. A counter rune drawn over the sequence. It doesn't matter where. If we place it right, the pattern unravels. Mira nodded, determination flaring. She glanced at Bram. Keep lookout. Shout if he moves. Bram groaned, but obeyed, edging toward the doorway. Elowen knelt quickly, pulling her wand. She sketched a counter rune into the dust. Near the edge of the glowing circle, sparks hissed. The runes nearest to it flickered. Caro's chanting faltered. His head whipped around, eyes narrowing. Who's there? Mira's stomach clenched. The disillusionment charm still shimmered faintly over them, but Caro's gaze seemed to pierce through shadow. He rose, his wand drawn, suspicion etched into every line of his face. The runes wavered uncertainly. Elowen whispered urgently, another one quickly. Mira dropped to her knees, scraping a jagged counter rune into the dust. Light flared, the sequence stuttering. Caro snarled, raising his wand, and the entire circle exploded in a shower of sparks. The professor staggered, shielding his face. The runes guttered and died, leaving only scorch marks on the stone. For a heartbeat, silence reigned. Then Caro's voice rang out, cold and furious. Show yourselves! Mira's heart slammed in her chest. They had broken his spell, but at what cost?